Good morning from the Fox 10 studios. I'm Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum, joined by Special Projects EP George Opie. You are watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial, the final chapter, Arizona versus Lori Daybell. We are now on day 4 already, the second week of trial after multiple delays last week, but we expect Ryan Pillar, officer for Gilbert PD, to take the stand today and basically continue what is now like a 3-day testimony for him, because we started with him later in the day yesterday. He was the last one to testify. Basically, witnesses had to be taken out of order. I wouldn't say it's necessarily uncommon, as we were given forewarning by prosecutor Trina Kay, who had scheduled people to come from out of state, including the window tinting business owner Daniel Moss, a DEA official Thomas Miller, and there was another one from Orange County, the forensic scientist who used to work for Mesa PD. So making sure they can get these witnesses that are a little bit quicker, get their testimony done, and then finish off the day with Pillar. But Lori had a lot of cross-exam questions, and we expect her to continue that this morning. We'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, the issue of out of order was brought up. There was questions whether or not that would confuse the jury a little bit. The jury did ask some questions yesterday after some of the witnesses, first time they had asked questions. But we are getting into now more of the data and the forensic evidence and the digital evidence. Sometimes that can, slow a trial down. We haven't really got into any of the religious stuff yet, but this is where this is part of the case where the prosecution is going to try and link that conspiracy. They've established, I think at this point, the Jeep. We know that there's this Jeep that's in the family that's been with them for quite some time. This Jeep was also around the area at the time of the show, or at least leading up to the shooting. Surprising, yesterday we learned that other than the license plate reader picking up the Jeep, on I-40 and closer to the Phoenix Metro. Once it got to the Gilbert area, they don't have any images or surveillance video yet. At least they haven't presented any. So we'll see where
we
this
know
goes.
the Jeep was there.
We know the
It's
Jeep was
clear.
there. We started learning yesterday about some of the forensic evidence found in the Jeep when they went to Idaho. We might even hear from that forensic investigator, Tammy Lightcheck, who was one of the people who tested for gunshot residue and other things inside the Jeep in Boise. And then you mentioned it, Ray Hermosillo. We're
That's
waiting
gonna
to
be
hear
big.
from him. Yeah,
That's gonna be
that could
big
be the
as-
biggest witness left, I think, for the prosecution.
And don't forget FBI agent Nick Balance, who his testimony might be very technical and it might get into the weeds regarding cell phone data, but that was a huge key component in witness testimony in both Idaho trials for Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Cell phone records, communications, and all of that. Tracing cell phones, I mean, that was key in tracing Alex Cox's cell phone at the property of Chad Daybell the days following the last time we ever saw J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, ultimately where their bodies were found. It was Alex Cox's cell phone data and really linking the Gmail account, Homer J. Maximus. We're going to see that a lot. So this Jeep, clearly evident to the jury that it's a suspect vehicle.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them have any doubts about that. I don't think that they're doubting that there was a shooting. Lori's way of questioning and trying to say that, this is a faulty camera system or there are not enough photos out there to prove that the Jeep was there. I mean, what else can she do? She is her own defense. She has to try and cast doubt. But some interesting news today that we should report on right now, especially before George is going to go on Fox 10 Talks in a little bit. So we're going to talk to you all for about 10 more minutes. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back to that. But I just want you guys to hear about this. 500 of you watching already. That's what I like to see. And we're also streaming on TikTok, by the way. We've been talking a lot about TikTok this morning and how we're streaming everywhere besides YouTube, also on our Fox Local platform. But interesting to note that Judge Boreski yesterday ordered Maricopa County Sheriff's Office authorizing officials to transport Lori Daybell to court using any means necessary to include force to secure the attendance of the defendant for her trial June 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. Now, did this have to do with the long delay we had at the beginning of the morning with that 30-minute sidebar? I don't know, but this is the third time he's had to put in an order. The other two were because, she said, I don't feel good enough. I don't feel healthy enough. I'm very sick. And he says, well, there's not enough information for you to prove that you can't be in the courtroom and cannot, defend yourself. I'm going to bring you in regardless, unless there's some documentation. So with that said, I don't know if this is the same reasoning, if it has to do with the lingering sickness or what she's dealing with. I did hear some coughing from her yesterday here and there, but Judge Boreski making sure that she appears. And I just had this inkling, like I said yesterday, I had to check in with MCSO that she was going to be in court, and because it felt like we were running a little bit late, they confirmed she was there. But now we know that he had put it in order. I want to know if that happens today too.
Well, he kind of hinted he would do this early on in the trial. We know last week he even threatened to revoke her per se ability to represent herself if she didn't kind of change her demeanor in court. I will say we watched her yesterday, her body language, didn't notice anything unusual. We've obviously seen her show up to court not feeling 100%. Yesterday, I didn't notice anything. I don't think anybody in the courtroom did. But you do wonder if that long delay yesterday at the beginning dealt with this. It would explain maybe why Judge Boreski wanted to clear the courtroom, because he kicked everybody out.
So, and why there was an official with Department of Corrections. So I think that this order definitely came up. I don't know what was said, but they moved on. They went about their day. We will see on our Superior Court minute entries if the same thing was filed for today. They usually show up a day later, so tomorrow we'll see. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Judge Boreski's just trying to make sure that there are no other distractions, that she shows up there. Meanwhile, I checked in with MCSO to see if she'll be appearing. I fully expect that to happen. They're supposed to start a little after 10 o'clock. We're waiting for that state seal to come up in the courtroom from the pool camera with Court TV. But we want to see if they start on time a little bit earlier. What housekeeping issues come up before the jury is ordered to come into the court at 10:15, and then we will continue that cross-examination by Lori Daybell, and we have now had 14 witnesses testify already.
We are moving along at a pretty quick clip. You theorized yesterday if this continues, the prosecution, the state could rest their case by the end of the week, and then it's up to Lori potentially to put up a defense. But we also noticed, at least in the last couple of days, Lori has cross-examined more witnesses than what we felt like she had done in the first trial. Sometimes her questions are kind of all over the place.
Definitely.
Don't feel like they have an ending at any point. She's had a few lines of questioning that have been objected to. We, obviously are closely monitoring the questions she's asking because, as we've learned, she has the potential and is certainly kind of veered into the direction of potentially opening a door, as Judge Boreski has alluded to, that a door that she doesn't want opened, and that would be of some of her past convictions and crimes. So, again, we'll see as she returns to cross-examining.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
Detective Pillar, and I do wonder if, again, we talk about this all the time. What is her counsel telling her every day as she prepares to walk into that courtroom, especially when they know that she's about to cross-examine a witness? What are they telling her? What advice are they giving her? And are they going back and looking at some of the questions she's asked the day of and say, look, you got to stay away from this. You got to go here and not here.
I think that would be very interesting if they were coaching her to that extent. Their advisory council, but how much do they actually say, let's teach you, let's kind of put you in the classroom?
Or what she's asking of them, hey, where can I go with this? We've said this before. I think that we do feel like there are times maybe she kind of goes rogue, right? That she maybe has a roadmap of the questioning, that she wants to ask, and then at some point changes direction on her own. But she has certainly, her demeanor has changed a little bit since the outburst last week where she was kicked out of court. Not as combative, not even as, I don't get the sense that she's being short with anybody either. Even on the objections, she would always subtly argue an objection, or when she had one sustained against her, she would argue a little bit. I haven't seen much of that in the last 2 days, but again, is she 100%? She not feeling well? Love to know more as we dig deeper to figure out what it is, where her mindset is on this trial, but obviously this week, knowing that she probably picks up on the fact prosecution is pretty close to resting their case.
Hey, so someone in the chat refers us to Nate's post. Tammy Daybell's cousin is attending the trial today. She brought cookies with a message printed on the wrapper. So cookies are being passed out in the courthouse lobby before they go to the courtroom. So we're missing out.
Somebody needs to send some here. Yeah.
Yeah. Cookies being, before the day starts, day 4. And so and that's what I do love about courtroom and when you cover these cases, there is some sort of camaraderie, not just with press, but the public that comes, real trial watchers, like avid trial watchers. They know the case, just as well as anybody. They know the players and they are there. So that's cool. So that it looks like we're about to get underway in a little bit as we wait for the state seal. But we have our poll question. I'm going to post that in the chat box, and I'm going to ask you what you think, because we keep talking about this, and I think today is a day to bring it up, as we might hear from Ray Hermosillo and the FBI witness, Nick Balance. Will Lori Vallow Daybell fully open the door to prior murder convictions when law enforcement from Idaho or FBI testify? Already 537 votes, 50% saying yes, she's bound to. I think this is our closest, as far as results and options, the closest, I guess, almost near a tie. 12% say no, she will stop herself. 38% say judge will help give her a final warning. And we've seen Judge Boreski sort of, keep everything within the rails, the guardrails, and make sure, hey, let's sidebar. are you sure
Yeah.
about this? And Trina's just like ready, like, are you going to let her do this? Because I'm ready to open the door.
Well, and we hear the names. We've heard Charles's name brought up. We heard Chad's name brought up. I have not heard Tylee or JJ's name, although Tylee, I believe, when we're referencing the Jeep, I think her name came up a few times. I don't know if the jury's picking up on that. Obviously, that's not been well explained to them for good reason. But again, what is it? When they start hearing, there's so many names in this trial. Just not just the witnesses, but whether or not the jury. Again, they are allowed to take notes. We know that. We know that in the first trial, a lot of them, we heard from some of the jury, a lot of other jurors were taking notes. So whether or not they're doing a family tree or trying to link names, because you almost feel like if they're not doing that, there's going to be gaps, right? If they're trying to follow along on this timeline, there's going to be a number of gaps where you feel like you're needing to fill in the holes. And again, yesterday was the first time, like we mentioned, that any juror had asked any question of it. And the first question was, is it more difficult to shoot at close range as opposed to farther off when it came to the shooting? And the answer was, well, if you have a scope on it, yeah, it can be a little bit more challenging. To me, I know a lot of the questioning at that time, a lot of the testimony at that time had to do with the shooting and trying to pinpoint where was the Jeep in proximity to the Tesla. A lot of talk about, was that really a gun or a bullet that caused the hole that we saw in the Tesla? But again, that's about it. There was one other question after that, and then they moved on. So you do wonder, is the jury keeping up, or have they kind of tuned out at this point?
We shall see. We got you warmed up. You got to head over to Fox
That's
10
right.
Talks now.
Okay.
I put in the link, so you can stay here, open another tab. Always going to talk to Ron Hoon about the case as we get ready for day 4 of trial. Been rotating on Fox 10 Talks and then pushing you guys back here to keep watching with us. 1,200 of you now already on the stream, bright and early, 10 a.m. here. What time is it? Where are you watching from? Let us know. And again, follow us on all platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. You're here, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, as we have been also putting on our nightly On the Record episodes for you to catch up. We'll play that in a little bit. We have some questions. And one person had asked about Colby Ryan being in the courtroom. We haven't seen him in the courtroom yet, but a good point that if Ray Hermosillo testifies, they've grown close. I think we can expect at some point Colby to show up and to possibly show support for someone who investigated really the murders of his siblings, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. I'm seeing a lot of donut emojis, cookie emojis. But yeah, feel free to send them here. I'm just kidding. We're all good with our caffeine, but that is nice that someone at the courthouse, Tammy Daybell's cousin, according to Nate Eden, brought some cookies for people. We're now seeing the state seal in real time, so we know that parties are starting to arrive inside the courtroom, defense, prosecution, general public, and media getting seated, family members. Like Kay Woodcock, Brandon Boudreaux, the victim in this case, he's been there every day. So everyone is getting ready to see how this testimony for Pillar, a key witness, will finish off. And then that means we're really more than through the halfway point. So, definitely after you get to hear testimony from Hermosillo and Nick Balance, where it's all downhill. And then the big question is, does Lori intend to present any evidence? That question will be asked to her. And someone reporting right now that Colby and family is there. Okay, so that totally makes sense, being that Hermosillo is scheduled to testify at some point this week. Today, I would expect, is the day. I know he's in Phoenix, but we're just about to start. And if you missed it, as I reported earlier, judge ordered Daybell to be in court yesterday, so he had to actually put in an order. I don't know if he did that just to secure her inside for her appearance and to represent herself, or what was going on. We know that there was a 30-minute sidebar to start the day, so by the time we really got started in trial, it was just after 11. Okay, lots of cookies and coffee emojis, and then I'm trying to scroll up as you guys are blowing up the chat. I love it. But someone asked about sentencing. So we know that Lori was convicted for conspiring in the murder of Charles Vallow just in April. She basically waived the aggravation phase, stipulated to it, and wanted to do the sentencing at another time. And so that sentencing would take place after this trial. So let's say whether she's found guilty or not in this trial regarding Brandon Boudreaux, a sentencing day or sentencing hearing will be scheduled. And that sentencing will be handled by the judge. It could face another life term in prison for the conspiracy charge. We don't know. That part is not up to the jury, as there's no aggravation phase for the conviction regarding Charles Vallow. We will need to see what happens if she's found guilty in the conspiracy to commit murder regarding Brandon Boudreaux, what she does with the aggravation phase. There was a big deal and a big moment in court, remember, just a couple weeks ago when she wanted a probable cause hearing. The judge explained that's not exactly how it works when they're aggravating factors. The prosecution will basically present to the jury, these are why there are aggravating factors to this crime that you've now convicted her of. And if those are found to be aggravating factors, then that will ultimately impact the judge's sentencing decision. So will she stipulate to that again if she's found guilty? She may not. We don't know. Those sentencing hearings could happen on separate days, a sentencing day regarding Charles Vallow's murder, and then a sentencing for what happened to Brandon Boudreaux if she is found guilty in this case. Thank you to everyone reminding me that Colby Ryan is there today. We will be checking in on that, and he could possibly, just like he did in the last trial, speak to the press outside. So we'll make sure that we have a crew ready for that if indeed he has any comment about his mother representing herself once again. In the meantime, good morning to everyone. We have someone from Sweden. We've got Northern Ireland, UK, Arizona, all kinds of places. Pam Keith, appreciate you saying, it's been quite an experience again covering this way, streaming all day and covering this trial. So we are glad that you guys are enjoying it, enjoying the panel. We'll have the panel back on today at the lunch recess. Judge Mel McDonald, Rachel Smith, Benjamin Taylor, and of course Rich Robertson, who was mentioned in testimony yesterday. Lori asked Ryan Pillar how she was contacted by Rich Robertson, the private investigator for Brandon Boudreaux, who was trying to find out the location of Melanie Boudreaux and Alex Cox because Brandon feared for his life and wanted to know where they were and wanted to get away from Alex Cox, who is believed to be the shooter in this case and is the shooter in the Charles Vallow case. And the jury already knows that he has died. Lori mentioned that. She's done that twice now in both opening statements for both trials. They don't know how he died. They don't know the details. They don't know about her family members. They don't know that Charles Vallow was murdered, but they do know that Alex Cox has died. So they're not wondering if he will take the stand at some point. He can't. He's not here. So that's the case with that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. Obi's going to come back and we'll chat with you all for a little bit more. See you in a little bit. Court is in session for day 4 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, the final chapter in the case of Brandon Boudreaux, the conspiracy to commit murder charge. And we know right now that just a few minutes ago, there were no issues that had to be taken up in court. State, the defense ready to proceed. The jury now present. Ryan Pillar back on the stand. And Lori will finish off her cross-examination of the case agent on this Gilbert case. Really, that happened and started October 2nd, 2019, when Brandon Boudreaux, her former nephew-in-law, was shot at. Basically, a drive-by as he was arriving home. Alex Cox believed to be laying or reclined back in his chair in the Jeep Wrangler, firing a shot. One loud bang, and that was it. Prosecutors trying to prove that case to the jury. And we talked about this. How much is the jury, absorbing? How important is it to bring different law enforcement witnesses and really help tell the story? I think we're going to get a lot of that information today from authorities outside of the state that have investigated separate cases, major cases that led to murder convictions. But will that door stay closed? That is the question.
And I do, we those who follow court cases probably understand this. The state, in their preparation with their witnesses, discuss with them, by and large, discuss with them the questions they're going to ask. I wonder if the state has, especially as it pertains to, say, Detective Hermosillo from Idaho, giving him an idea of the questions that Trina is going to ask, but also being careful about the answers he gives and whether Lori is paying attention enough to maybe object to certain things he might say that could potentially open a door, as we've joked about, that would lead the jury into some of her previous crimes or convictions. I would imagine Trina has had that conversation and won't walk Hermosillo or others into that door. But if that were to happen, whether or not Lori would be able to pick up on it quick enough, or if her advisory council is warning her, hey, if you don't want that door open, just be careful, when you hear certain questions, and object. Doesn't mean you're going to win the objection, but at least you make it known and you put it on Boresky's radar. Hey, look, I don't like where this is going, and this could potentially, throw a wrench in this idea that the jury is going to be made aware of my previous misdoings, if you will.
This cross is going to be very, I think, tense with Hermosillo, if she does intend to cross. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's been, 5 years, 5.5 years? So,
but also that, and when she's seen him face to face, she was sitting at the defense table in Idaho.
Correct, right.
She did not speak at all.
No.
I mean, it was this trial was huge. It was the first pathway to justice back in 2023, but she had public defenders. She did not testify. They had no witnesses. I mean, they had nothing. There were no cameras in the courtroom. We saw sketches and we heard trial audio. The only time the jury really got to hear her voice, besides confirming her name, who she was, to the courtroom, was hearing her in a podcast episode that she had done with Melanie Gibb, how they let that exhibit in. And that was a way of, in a sense, I think the defense's opportunity to show her testimony as this religious woman who just, had strong faith. That was the only real opportunity. So she never got to speak to Hermosillo, who's a part of that case and a key witness. And now she's in charge. It's a whole different ballgame. It's a different dynamic. It's bizarre. We talked about her questioning the alleged victim in this case and how, traumatizing that is for him, for Brandon Boudreaux, and he got through that. But yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see her do that, and if she actually opens that door, and if she gets any more warnings about doing that, I think you're going to hear several objections from Chena K. She's ready.
And remember, a lot of the detectives we're hearing from now, Pilar specifically, Hermosillo coming up, those are people who interviewed, the key players in this originally. So there's some connection there. Again, how personal does she make her cross as we go forward? How personal does it get? We saw it in the last trial with Kay. Didn't notice it as much with Brandon, but it was subtle. It was there that you clearly know these two know each other. With the detectives, it's almost the other way around. These detectives know so much about this case and have gone over the evidence quite a bit in the last couple of years because of the previous trials, that they almost have a window into who Lori is more so than anybody else in that courtroom.
All right. Chad is ready. 1,500 people watching. Wow. And they don't want to hear us talk, apparently.
No, that's true.
Dorothy Lopez says, "Gents, on to trial. Stop talking." Well, let me tell you, Dorothy, there's a 30-minute delay.
Yeah.
So you won't be able to see this trial on YouTube until about 10:42. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be here watching us because we get you ready for day 4. Charlie Barrow says, "We're ready thanks to your channel. I overslept this morning. Stayed up too late. Can't stop watching." And I don't know if you watched on the record because that got uploaded late last night. But that is exactly what you're going to see right now. Last night's episode as we get ready for this cross-exam. See you in a little bit. Day 3 of the Lori Daybell trial and her final chapter in Arizona. Today, law enforcement testifying against the so-called Doomsday Mom. She's accused of plotting a shooting that barely missed her former nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, in Gilbert. The prosecution providing the jury with more forensic evidence and what Brandon said about potential enemies moments after being shot at. I'm Justin Lum, and we are on the record. Is it a green Jeep, a gray Jeep, or a dark blue Jeep? It's a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate, and that is what we focused on a lot today through the witnesses in the Lori Daybell trial. I'm Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum, joined by Special Projects executive producer George Obie. License plate readers, how they work, how many cameras there are all throughout Arizona, the valley, but we got to see some very specific images of the Jeep allegedly driven by Alex Cox on the day of October 1st, 2019, 26 hours or so before the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux's home. Very clear. You have the license plate. You have the vehicle.
You certainly have it in Arizona.
Yeah.
There'll be a separate trial to determine the color of the Jeep, I'm sure, but you have it in the state.
On the I-40.
Yep, right. So you have it certainly in the vicinity. What we did learn, however, is they have no other images even closer to the valley of the Jeep. But we also learned why that may not be the case, or why that may not have registered on the cameras. We learned what triggers them, what they look for. But at the end of the day, they had enough to identify and I think have presented enough in court up until this point to sustain that this Jeep is the same Jeep that was in the garage of Lori's house in the summer of 2019. Yep. And it's the same Jeep that they felt confident enough to go to Idaho to test in order to determine if it was used in a shooting.
Okay, so we have seen it July 11, 2019 in the Vallow garage, the rental home in Chandler, Arizona. We have seen it in the indoor facility of Rexburg PD after it was seized from Lori's townhome in November of 2019. We have also seen it in the window tinting garage. Right. Daniel Moss from Rexburg, Idaho, put the 5% tint on, already a 20% factory tint. So this thing is dark. I mean, he said with 20%, you might see a silhouette, but you add on the 5% that he did for the service back in September 2019, I want to say you've got dark windows. And so now we have this very, very clear description, and everyone's getting a look at how that Jeep looks with not just the license plate, but the tinting and the missing rear wheel as it heads into Arizona near Holbrook on the I-40. And Lori Vallow Daybell argues against this. You know, she brings up the fact that not a lot of cameras captured it, but we are getting into the territory of cell phone data, cell phone location, a burner phone that was purchased and used between Lori and Alex Cox that was purchased from a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls on September 25th, 2019, and used only through October 2nd, 2019, and a phone call that was made from Alex to Lori about 30 minutes or so after the drop-off of the kids, or somewhere in that vicinity before the shooting on the morning of October 2nd, 2019, involving Brandon Boudreaux. No kids in his Tesla, going home, shot at a bullet hole right on the frame. And we finally get to hear from Officer Marianne Robb, who is on body cam video, also had body cam footage herself, responded to the scene. She's now been retired for 4 years or so, has a lot of law enforcement experience, and in no way was this a BB gun. This was a bullet hole, and this is a clear, valid shooting. The jury must understand that by now.
Yeah, and we're talking, Rob, we're talking about a woman who has spent a very long time working in law enforcement, understands crime scenes like this, may not be a bullet expert, which is what I think Lori was alluding to in her questioning. But like you said, very evident that this was caused, that this was not caused by anything other than a gun.
Yeah.
And so that was where they were going with it. And then again, you have someone who talked to Brandon moments after the shooting, right? In the 30 minutes to an hour after the shooting, describing his demeanor. And I think that kind of rubs off on the jury a little bit. You already heard from him earlier in the trial about what was going through his head. Now you have somebody who didn't know Brandon up until this point, almost giving that same description.
I think it was interesting to hear from Rob. I was sort of like surprised to hear the perspective of really an on the street cop. She's not the detective.
Right.
She's not doing like homicide investigations. She responds to the shooting call with another officer, talks to the victim, talks to witnesses. And before that, you had forensic scientists who really, the testimony is not very interesting on the surface, very dry.
Yeah.
You also had before that Thomas Miller with the DEA, and like we were talking about, Daniel Moss with the window tinting garage. So having Rob in there before Ryan Pillar, who will get to finish his testimony, also gives you a humanistic side to this and how she was dealing with this man who was distraught in Brandon Boudreaux. She describes his demeanor as bewildered. Let's take a listen.
Kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. This car with this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
And you can see it on Boudreaux's face every time we watch that back. It's like he goes pale white, like he's seen a ghost, because he's starting to put it together that there was really danger for him. This was not a BB gun, and he needs a moment to sit down when he sees that there's actually a bullet hole damage to the window frame, the door frame on the Tesla. And Rob talks about this, and she asks him about any enemies he might have. And that clicks for him right after she asks that question.
She does, and this is where we start getting into this. Well, there was something that happened months before, an incident, as the court has referred to it. And yeah, he has a clear idea. We've heard him say that when asked, did you, not just at the scene of the crime, but when he testified last week, yeah, he knew exactly who he thought would want to take his life. And two names specifically was Lori Vallow at the time, and then Alex Cox.
Easily two names that come up to the top of the list, because he recalls that Charles Vallow, very close family member to him, close friend, had been shot and killed July 11, 2019. And the narrative at the time was that it was self-defense by Alex Cox after a fight in the Chandler home. And you fast forward to October 2019, I don't even think Brandon knows exactly where Lori is living and where Alex Cox is living, where are the kids. He finally starts putting it together when his divorce with Melanie Boudreaux goes final, and she wants to move to Idaho. He thinks that she's going to Boise, but he will start to learn that she's going to the same townhome complex as her Aunt Lori, because there is this closeness, this mother-like figure. There's a lot that's unknown, but here is the beginnings of putting it together that someone wants him seriously harmed or dead, and that there's real fear, and he goes into this paranoia as he tries to make sure his kids are safe. So we hear about this this demeanor, but a lot of forensics today, DNA, gunshot residue. We're not getting a definite answer as far as the Jeep and what came out of that result. Maybe that'll be Tammy Lashik. I'm going to get that Lashik pronunciation by tomorrow, hopefully, when we see her testify. But Ryan Pillar talks about this later, about the, going through that Jeep that was impounded in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yeah, we've now that the jury understands the role this Jeep played in all of this.
And huge.
Right. Now they're starting to hear that police have now connected the Jeep, at least on this timeline, late 2019. They have now connected this Jeep to the crime, to Lori, to Alex, to Idaho. And so we learn the measures they took to start investigating this Jeep and trying to gather whatever evidence they could, whatever evidence was left in the Jeep. And as you mentioned, there was so much going on around this family and this saga at the time. You still have the Tammy Daybell incident, right? You now, the kids have not been seen for quite a while at this point. We know, unfortunately, they had pretty much already died at this point. I think if this is one of those things where, we get into DNA and gunshot residue and all of that, this is important for the jury to hear. It may sound dry, it may be very boring, but this is the key to the case. It's the DNA stuff, the gunshot residue in the car, but also now, and we'll learn a little bit more in the days ahead, the cell phone and some of the more forensic data linking the conspiracy between Lori and Alex. But we're still on the Jeep, and this is where, the detective, the lead case detective, his testimony becomes so important.
Yeah, and it's interesting that at one point when Lori cross-examined Detective Ferrer about the projectile hitting the Tesla and keeps on asking, well, it could have been something else. Could have been a tire iron. I mean, she is going for whatever she can to try and poke holes in this, what is now fact that it is a shooting. But then now when she gets her chance to cross-examine Pillar, she is she seems to accept that it is a shooting, but instead tries to attack him from a different point and cross-examine about his role as the case agent and the gun that's used. Let's listen to that.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreaux's car, but to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun?
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet?
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down?
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right?
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
All right, a lot of questions for Ryan Pillar, and cross-exam is not done. It doesn't seem like she's done anytime soon. It will continue tomorrow, but he's a key witness. Might as well get it all out there.
Yeah, and this is the information that is so important to the evidence collection, the forensic data. This is all very important to lead up to the conspiracy part and the prosecution trying to prove that. To Lori's defense, look, the lack of knowledge that she has about investigating a case. We heard from Rob, Pillar, both of them. longtime law enforcement officials, but they only have a scope of expertise, right? And so both of them had said, look, trajectory is not our forte. We just don't deal with that. We have people who do deal with that. So this line of questioning that we just heard from Lori would certainly be better served for someone who had trajectory experience in investigating a case. I don't know ultimately what they can provide that helps Lori out, because at the end of the day, the prosecution is still going to try and put Alex in that Jeep, and then put a weapon in Alex's hands in that Jeep, and proving that he was the one that fired the weapon. Because what we know now is they have no shell casing.
It's no shell casing, and it's clear it's a shooting, whether it's from 10 feet or 30 feet, right? Or what kind of firearm it was. There's damage by a bullet.
It was caused by a bullet, yeah.
So, but this is, her trying to cast out. This is her defense. 14 out of 22 witnesses so far continuing with Ryan Pillar, who was number 9, but obviously witnesses taken out of order twice. So tomorrow we'll see that happen, and we wait for Ray Hermosillo and FBI's Nick Balance. Going to be some crucial testimony from law enforcement. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. We'll see you on the record. All right, you're watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial, the final chapter. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with George Obie, Special Projects EP. You're looking at the courtroom door. Over to the right, you see the advisory council for Lori Daybell. A packed house, it seems. Everyone in the gallery seated. Looks like they're making a little bit more room, making sure that everyone who waited in line this morning is getting in. And so in just a little bit, we should see the defendant appear. Judge Boreski will come out, and they'll make sure that there are any housekeeping issues. We know that, things got underway smoothly. Ryan Pillar will return to the stand.
You reported this morning, obviously, the filing from yesterday. There were Judge Boreski ordered Lori to be brought into court or down to the court yesterday. We wonder if the same applied this morning. We'll know right away. We noticed yesterday she appeared fine. Didn't seem that any of the effects from the illness the week before were still lingering. So we'll see how she walks in. And we have noticed, though, when she walks through that door, she immediately turns to her right to look at the gallery. And she has to, obviously, take in the fact that the gallery is full. Every day it's full. A lot of overflow outside, as you guys have reported, being there. And it's a lot of people, not just media, family members, and then, of course, people who have followed this trial who may not be directly related to anybody in the trial, but this is certainly of high interest. And then, of course, the couple thousand of you watching online as well. So we'll see what she looks like coming in this morning.
And we're getting a tight shot, so I can't say for certain the whole gallery is filled up, but I know that there has been consistent interest every day and people in line. Not sure if everyone made it in today or what the exact seating is, but you definitely have general public, you have a mix of media, and you have family members involved. You have the victim Brandon Boudreaux and his family. So it's been consistent, but obviously that still, I think, shows solid interest in a saga that has really resolved itself through law enforcement investigations. And here we have Lori Daybell walking in with her files. She has the blue blazer on today. The hair is a little different, if you guys care, but you guys can obviously see that she's coming in ready to go. This was about 10, 12 or so, 30 minutes ago. And all rise for Judge Justin Boreski on the bench now. And in just a little bit, they'll probably have the audio turned on so we can hear what he says here.
The jury is not present. We want to have the witness back on the witness stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready to proceed?
State is.
Defense? You ready to proceed with your cross?
Sure.
All right, you can go ahead and get ready up at the podium if you like. We'll bring the jury in. Okay. right, the jurors can be seated when they get to their seats. If the jury is present, please be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Detective Pillar, yesterday we were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the car, and you said it was about 25 to 30 minutes, is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie, is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie. And then after that, I encouraged him to not answer and to simply contact me if she were to contact him.
And what do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early on in the investigation, since that was the one name that he most recently had a recent relationship falling out with.
So who tried to contact her and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I can return back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had, and I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
So who ended up calling her? You called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer?
No,
But you didn't attempt to call her directly?
not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day?
Yes, as we also had his phone, so
Oh, that's right.
that made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
That
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
so did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie Boudreaux at the time, now Pulowski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
Was that still on October 2nd or was that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed her?
yes,
And she came in voluntarily
yes,
and talked to you?
yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No.
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
Approximately 1 hour. It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some
Object
business
hearsay.
deals that
I'm gonna
Brandon
object
was involved in?
Again to
The
hearsay.
objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes,
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
can you be more specific about what was offered?
Yeah, sure.
If you're going to offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider, if you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes,
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour-long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th, so a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her, is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on in our investigation, which when running a license plate, we also received the VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreaux.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs from their incident in
So
July.
after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
The images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
The color of it being gray, no.
Okay.
Not early in the investigation.
Did you search for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No. No, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep of Wrangler with a Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out, though? Is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer, or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreaux in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered as well as potential 404B issues.
I think she asked Mr. Boudreaux those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreaux multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed Exhibit 192 from the defense. Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
It appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreaux to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes, I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email?
State would object. We're going to go into that.
We already discussed this exhibit. It's, I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you request that Brandon provide you with financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
All right.
Detective Pillar, did you request that financial information regarding Melanie from Brandon?
Yes.
And did he provide you with that information?
Yes.
And did he provide you with financial documents you requested in another email?
I know we've discussed financial documents, and everything I was sent, I believe, was via email, but I don't know what specific one you may be referring to, but I think it's safe to say, yes, that there were emails exchanged about Melanie, Boudreaux, Pulowski's, financial records being sent to me.
Right. So her financial gain if something were to happen to Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Sustained.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019 that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd
Okay.
have to see it, which I'm,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and relevance.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just want to know what
Hold
he
on.
knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay.
is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you? That you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or footers on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this is a attachment to the email, from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before? The information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply
Sure.
reviewing what I can
Sure.
to see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging. I must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images. But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document
Okay.
being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreaux on this date to send you these documents, that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period? Are we talking about February? Is there a
Yeah,
date
can
on
you
there?
clarify the time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th.
email? February
Yes.
12th. All right, so rephrase the question with that in it.
So my question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
Tesla for a second. What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car and was sitting on the driveway, so where did it go from there?
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself was discarded.
Was what?
Thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreaux, to dispose of.
Okay, and it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No.
Why not?
We collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there in the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all, like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole through the window outside of the images that have been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been, so kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the property and evidence building where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the hole, the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No,
The bullet hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the cell phone that the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreaux, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator. We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So, no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence?
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
But not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun that was used? How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had the ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from, or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact, those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot. Because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing, we had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreaux's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreaux saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreaux told to you, though, right?
No.
It would not.
No.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreaux did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5?
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked prior to Mr. Boudreaux arriving and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with no, again, once again, no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors, is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right? Mm-hmm. Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those two?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise that was not a normal noise.
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly I mean more than one person heard.
So 2 is multiple in your book, is that correct?
In this case, we have more than 2 that have testified, but there are others that made
More than 2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name, I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreaux, who heard that. Mm-hmm. And then we had, those are the 2 that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people, is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So, in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler, would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored, hardtop, 2-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019? Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this is your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray-colored two-door Jeep.
Thank you. Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait. Thank you. There's something else in this affidavit that I'd like you to look at. I'll just take out what you want. Okay.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It is this last paragraph, correct, Ms.
Yes.
Daybell? Okay,
Yes.
let me just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined.
The first
part of-
underline, okay.
Of that paragraph. Have you reviewed that, Detective?
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show? you-
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the exhibit? That'll be, just refer to it as Exhibit 202, please. Just that page that, what we were talking about in the sidebar.
Detective, in preparing to investigate this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first-name basis, is that correct?
Yes. Again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded.
And the Tesla was given back.
To Mr. Boudreaux, yes.
Did he come pick it up, or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the Property and Evidence Building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
Property Evidence Building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street, and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our Property Evidence Building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it?
We would
At the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No.
Okay. And why was it collected?
Because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information thought it should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreaux was a smoker, right?
No.
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreaux if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body-worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes, so I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes.
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
The garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think that you left, when you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla to the property building, yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then, again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said, around October 14th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to an attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes?
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was seeking help, but you really didn't have any for her, is that correct?
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Yes.
Okay, so we are getting another sidebar in the courtroom. We've seen this pattern today where Ryan Pillar's on the stand and the emails are brought up, the financial information, the alleged financial gain for Melanie Boudreaux, then Melanie Boudreaux, is brought up. And either, Trina has been the one asking for these sidebars. I don't know what they're saying, but here we are approaching the door again. These are similar questions to what she asked Brandon Boudreaux in cross-exam.
Yeah, and Trina's on top of it. She's making it very clear to Judge Boreski that this is the line of questioning that could go in the wrong direction for Lori. We've seen, I don't know, 3 or 4 of these already this morning in Lori's cross-examination. There were a lot of questions. What is it in that, specifically in the email, that would be damaging, in order to keep Lori's past crimes out of this courtroom? And as you mentioned, a lot of it's financial stuff, possibly relating to beneficiary information.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder, though, at what point is Lori kind of aiming a lot of this at Melanie, and whether or not she's indicating that maybe Melanie, there's some sort of involvement with her, and that maybe she was the driving force behind this shooting. Again, I'm just kind of reading into where Lori might be going. But again, lots of sidebars. Boreski kind of towing a fine line, I think, with this.
Yeah, this one was a little quicker here. Headsets are off now. That sidebar happened right before Trina's about to do redirect with Ryan Pillar. So the cross-exam, that was lengthy, and that's now finished.
All right, Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark-colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreaux to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark-colored or gray-colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from?
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreaux stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreaux get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on, they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreaux saw it,
Yes.
parked there idling, running,
Yes.
same direction as Brandon gave,
Yes.
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
Yes.
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
Yes.
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
Correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No. Unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes.
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
No, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
You were asked a lot about the interview of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both, I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes.
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abitamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreaux's home on that video?
Yes,
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
yes.
When was that?
It was at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes,
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
yes,
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
yes,
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No,
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was shot that day?
no,
Could a handgun kill someone?
yes,
Could a rifle kill someone?
yes,
You were asked yesterday about LPR, license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No,
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
that is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes,
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
yes,
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
yes,
You were asked a bit about a cast report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes,
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
yes, it did.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you had with interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And would it be fair to say, Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you are investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes,
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
correct.
were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
Yes.
Fremont County LPR readers,
Yes.
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
Yes.
from search warrants that they were executing,
Yes.
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
Correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes. It was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes.
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
Yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. I see at least one. Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify, did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreaux at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, or those 3 questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately, you said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a Forensic Scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
Okay. So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Okay. Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample?
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor? What is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex-determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex-determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
So when you are provided with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
And so was the process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinoso?
After I completed the analysis of my samples, I compared the results from my samples to any known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes.
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if it has writing on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
from the steering wheel?
Yes.
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
It was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons, or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from my report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting from the passenger seat belt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile for that?
No, this was also an inconclusive DNA result.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you provided with swabs from the lug nuts from the spare tire of that Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this DNA profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
So again, there's DNA there, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, this is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female origin.
Did you have a major contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
Were you able to make any determinations as to sex of any of those contributors?
Yes, I made a determination that Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location, the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
Now, so for the gear shift, you can't eliminate him because there's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion?
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive and the major is conclusive.
So the major was the DNA profile that you compared then to Alex Cox?
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes. The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 123 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, and 1 in 2.78 octillion Southwestern Hispanics.
Septillion. I think that's a different number. What is that?
Septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
So a higher frequency even than the other match.
Yes.
So in this case, 2 of the swabs that you tested, both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle, had major contributors where the DNA profile from those 2 items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing these swabs to the known sample of Alexander Cox?
It did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, let's recess for lunch. Can we resume at 1:15, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. We'll resume at 1:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, the jury is excused right now for lunch recess. Some papers have been passed out to the defense. You can see Colby Ryan, the back of his head there, wearing the gray suit. Lori Daybell's son, his only surviving son, adult child, watching on. Not sure if she knows, but that is actually a really good shot of him in the gallery as they all prepare for the lunch recess. Brandon Boudreaux there as well.
No longer present. After a sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714. The purpose for that is just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular witness. So just for the record, that will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you from the defense. There's a draft of final instructions there. Please take a look at those when you get a chance. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Thank you.
All right, lunchtime for the court for everyone returning at 1:15. That's in about 45 minutes. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obie. Now, if you heard that, then you heard Judge Bresky has a draft of final jury instructions. So we are getting close to the end, at least for the state, to rest its case in chief. And the question will be asked to Lori Daybell, does she intend to present any evidence at all? She did not in the last trial, and she did not testify. Let's get right to it, though. We have our expert panel ready to go. Rich Robertson with R3 Investigations, Judge Mel McDonald, former U.S. attorney, prosecutor, and we have Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney, and finally Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho case against Lori Daybell. I want to start with Rich because, yesterday we were chatting and your name came up in cross-examination of Ryan Pillar as Lori asked him about, contact between you two. Now, he doesn't recall too much. It was very brief, I guess. But you're now on the public record there in court. I know you didn't expect that, but what do you think Lori was fishing for?
Well, she didn't use my website, which I'm disappointed about. But I think she was fishing for the conspiracy between Brandon and the police to go after her and or Melanie, to try to say that I was somehow working with Brandon to conspire against them and frame them, I guess. Um, that's the only thing I can figure. She wasn't very clear about it, and she didn't get very far with it because the judge decided that I was not relevant, which a lot of people believe to be true. So.
And also this could open the door to other cases, and this door has been on the verge of swinging wide open. And we talked about hearing testimony from Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo of Rexburg PD. That could come today. We have now heard from 15 witnesses or 22 witnesses on the list. Judge Mel, what are your thoughts on how this trial is going now, day 4?
I think it's going rapidly. I think it will for sure go to a jury next week, early next week. I continue to be dazzled by the ineptitude of Lori and her defense. I think the judge and the prosecutor, Trina, have done backflips so that Lori doesn't open her own door and let in all of this other evidence of the other homicides and the murder of her husband and everything else. They every time she gets close, they stop, they warn her. I think it's been remarkable that I think that's their effort to make sure that that door isn't open. And I think through her ineptitude, she's come close to opening it multiple times.
Truly, Ryan Pillar's testimony has lasted in segments throughout 3 days. You have Friday, yesterday, and today, but really we've seen a lot of cross-exam from Lori Daybell today. She is questioning the testing that was done. She's even bringing in, FBI reports, documents, trying to bring in financial documents provided to Pillar by Brandon Boudreaux back in early 2020 regarding any alleged financial gain for Melanie Pulowski. Now, she said she didn't want to throw Melanie under the bus or blame her, but it seems like there's a shift in focus, and that's where we see the the backflips that you're calling out, where we hear objections and sidebars. Benjamin Taylor, you always talk about asking questions you don't know the answer to. I don't know if she seems to think she knows the answer she's going to get, but it does seem that she is sort of shifting blame and an alleged benefit to her niece.
Yes, right now, I mean, she's kind of backdooring blame in through Melanie. Her previous trial, she didn't really, blame her other family members. She didn't blame her, her husband. But in this case, I think she wants to try to, throw her niece under the bus in a kind of a polite way. But she needs to have some defense. And right now, her defense and her cross is not really great. So by at least saying that Melanie had financial gain here, Melanie wanted, insurance money. She's trying to plant the seed in the jurors' heads that Melanie is the key here, and that she didn't have anything to do with this conspiracy. Because like we always say, if you get 1 or 2 jurors on Lori's side who are confused or who might think that Melanie might have planted this and shot Brandon, you never know what might happen at the end of the case.
Rachel, you had Ryan Pillar in your case, in your trial in Idaho. Obviously, he's the equivalent to like a Nate Duncan, lead agent on the case, on the respective case. And Lori sort of patronizes him and calls him out, saying, you're the case agent. You didn't test for this. You didn't test the glass. You don't know the trajectory of the bullet. But talk about how Trina K, how important that redirect is so that the jury understands what is important and what is not important.
When you're dealing with the case agent, they are the way you tell the story about what happened to the jury. And so redirect is, and Trina did it beautifully, is really about focusing the jury on the outline and the story about what happened and focusing the jury on what is important in the case and the takeaway they want. Focus away from the red herrings that have been put forward by the defense, the red herrings about what tests weren't done. You refocus on the work that was done and the evidence that focuses on Lori Vallow.
And we just had our 15th witness, Vanessa Milkey with Mesa PD and Forensic Services, that basically confirms Alex Cox is the major contributor of DNA, specifically a swab from the Jeep steering wheel. There's been a lot of focus on the Jeep, but now we really are getting clear answers on DNA here. Rich, you did a lot of research on the Jeep as well, but this is not a surprise to us, but I would assume that for the jury, really putting 2 and 2 together, that Alex is the main driver in the Jeep. He's the alleged hitman here. DNA, always so interesting to hear about.
Yeah, jurors love forensic stuff. They watch the CSI shows and they just eat that stuff up, even though they probably could not repeat anything that forensic expert testified to. The bottom line that they got from it was that Alex Cox was in that Jeep. And that kind of picks up where Benjamin is talking about, is Lori's trying to plant this seed of doubt that maybe it was Melanie. But unfortunately for her, both things can be true. The jurors could conclude that Lori was absolutely involved in what she's alleged to, and Melanie could have been involved. But all they know, they may be convinced by Lori or enough doubt that Melanie's involvement. But that doesn't mean that Lori wasn't involved. And I think that's where all this evidence is gonna eventually wind up, is that with the DNA and the gunshot residue and all the communications between Lori and Alex and all that goes is going to be presented, that's going to tie Lori to it, regardless of what Melanie's involvement might have been.
Obi?
So we learned, obviously, earlier in this trial that Melanie, there was an active investigation going on regarding Melanie's involvement in this case. So Ben and maybe Judge Mel, I'll ask you guys, again, my lack of knowledge in how a trial like this works when it comes to witnesses. If either side, I don't imagine this will happen, obviously, but if either side decided they wanted to call Melanie to the stand, obviously they would have to file this. Is there a possibility then that the judge would allow that? Because to me, that is that if there's ever a giant door, she would be the one to kind of open that up if she were to take the stand. How would that work, and is that even plausible at this point?
My thought, typically, before the trial, each side has to disclose the witnesses they're going to be calling in the case. I do not know whether either side disclosed Melanie. I will say, to Lori's credit, that she is at least providing an alternative theory. One can say, here's Melanie, she's going through this divorce. There's the friction of the marital issues, and to point the finger there. But if Melanie was going to be called, particularly given the prosecutor's statement the other day that door is still open, that they're still looking, there isn't an attorney that's practiced for more than 10 minutes on defense that wouldn't advise her, we're not going to answer questions, you're going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, we're not going there. So it might be tantalizing to throw it out. It's probably the only decent move I think Lori has made out of all of the witnesses, to at least raise that specter. But unless she's been disclosed, unless Melanie's been disclosed, and typically part of the disclosure, you interview the witnesses before trial. Mm-hmm. So I don't know whether that's happened, but I think if she's not on that witness list, if she hasn't been disclosed, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, from what we know, she's not on the list, and as we heard, an open investigation that's still active by Gilbert PD. All right, panel, get ready for this. We've got questions from the chat, and these people are smarter than us. They follow the case very thoroughly, and we're going to activate the Dave Cam, our streaming EP. Dave Taylor has some questions from the chat. He's going to read them off. Here we go, Dave.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great questions from the chat, so please keep them coming. This one is from Mabel Quintanilla. She says, for anyone in the panel who can answer, don't you feel that Miss K sometimes asks leading questions?
Ooh. Who wants to take that?
Let me just add a comment on that.
I need to give you access. Hold on. All right. No, we're still on. You could take me now. I think we're back, everyone. It only took a few minutes.
Yeah.
We just had
Technology.
to reboot. Shout out to Glenn, our director, getting us rebooted. Dave Cam crashed the stream, but let's take the Dave Cam back and let's get to that question. And then I think it was Judge Mel and Rachel Smith who were going to answer it. Dave, take it away.
She says, for anyone in the panel who can answer, don't you feel that Miss K sometimes asks leading questions?
Answer I made before you had the technical difficulties.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go for it.
Go ahead, Judge. This is your courtroom.
Yes, stand at attention, please. The court is speaking. No, I am not at all troubled by the leading questions. It only becomes an issue if the other side objects. Lori, being a rock star defense attorney, doesn't realize when an objection is a question is leading or not. I don't see any prejudice coming by the questions, and it does move the case along. You can focus right in the area that you're going. So that's a point where a defense attorney, if they're leading witnesses, as Benjamin would do, he would be jumping up and objecting. But Lori's not doing it. She didn't go to the same law school as Benjamin, so she doesn't know that.
Yep.
So I'm not.
Benjamin, you're getting your flowers from Judge Mel.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, love to be in the courtroom with you, Judge Mel. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you see this, right, it makes me kind of cringe too, because I'm like, object, right? Because you have to object, and sometimes you just object just to throw out the prosecutor, even if there's no need to object, because if the prosecutor's in a nice little flow. So, yes, not knowing, the law here, not knowing what to do. I think, I mean, the prosecutors, that's definitely asking a couple leading questions, but Lori needs to object. And this shows the jurors, too, that you're fighting for yourself. You're fighting for the case when you stand up and object.
And I know that Trina K has objected as sometimes the door is very close to being open, and that can throw off the pacing when Lori thinks she's getting somewhere. And it's almost like, does she want to do this with the way of questioning? Does she want to have that door open? And as we've seen, Judge Boreski and Trina K have sort of kept this within the guardrails, but sometimes we have these, 5 to 10 to 15 minute sidebars. Rachel, what do you think of the flow of the case? It doesn't seem that Lori has too many opportunities that she sees to make objections. Rachel, can you hear me? Oh, it's the connection. Okay, I think it's a little bit slow. Rich, any thoughts on authorities from Idaho, specifically Hermosillo? Because we asked this in our poll question, if this will, be swung right open. He had a lot of interaction and collaboration, Hermosillo did, with authorities in Arizona here. Obviously, we know about the Jeep, but this is a guy who, investigated the scene where 2 kids were found dead on Chad Daybell's property as well.
Yeah, I don't know that much about his role. Wasn't following it that closely on each of these people's roles and things, but there was so much collaboration between these multiple agencies. That's a hallmark of this case. The local police in Rexburg and Phoenix, and Chandler and Gilbert, and Hawaii, and frankly in American Fork, Utah, and the FBI. I mean, there was multiple agencies, and they're all collaborating, and everybody brings something to each of these cases. So,
yeah, we have the poll question up right now. Let's take that one more time. Thank you. Will Lori Vallow Daybell fully, quote, open the door to prior murder convictions when law enforcement from Idaho or FBI testify? Right now, 51% say yes, she's bound to. 12% say no, she will stop herself. 37% say Judge Boreski will help give her another final warning. You can see that this is Dave's account. So Dave is one of the 37%, nearly 1,000 votes. Let's take Dave Cam again. We have more questions.
Yes, more questions. And this one plays off of it from Tina Butcher. Can you ask the experts why Lori is continually warned about opening the door, but not having the door opened? How many warnings do you think it will actually take?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My thought is both Trina and the judge have been doing backflips to keep this out. I think their belief is we don't need this evidence. We don't need the door open. If that door was open, for certainty should be convicted. And quite frankly, I don't think, unless she absolutely kicks the door open, I think they're going to continue to warn her. I think they've both shown patience, but I think the collective judgment is they don't want to see that door open, because once that's open and the killing of Charles Vallow and the murder of the 2 kids and Chad's wife, it's over.
Go ahead, Rachel.
No, I agree with Judge Mel. It is very clear when Trina, the prosecutor, withdrew the 404B motion, that tells us she really thinks she's got a good enough case that she doesn't need it. She wants to keep it real narrow, real focused, and the judge has honored that decision and is going to really do everything he can. What will happen is if Lori stands up there again and says, I'm a good person, I'm all about love, I would never hurt anybody, I would never kill anybody, I had no motive to do it, I think that's what it's going to take. Lori to just repeat and go further than she did in her opening. And so I think the judge and Trina K are going to bend over backwards to avoid it because they really just want to keep it about Brandon and keep the case clean.
Benjamin, can you take us through the differences between 404B and 405? You know, we're not experts here, but these are terms that were brought up a lot regarding character evidence, but the little nuances there, you know, when we talk about these two numbers.
Yeah. Basically, is this what you can bring up as far as your character, like bad acts, right? Any prior bad acts, kind of like what Rachel was alleging to do. If she gets up there and says stuff like, "I'm a great person," right? Or "I've never killed anybody," when she's been convicted of that, that's when Trina K can bring up the 404B evidence and be like, "Hey, I filed a motion here of your prior bad acts that I can go into if you pretty much open the door." So basically, this is more like legal terms for your viewers, but ultimately for your viewers, if Lori just gets up there and pretty much boasters herself and says how great of a person she is, or she pretty much lies about any of her prior bad acts or convictions, all this stuff will come in. But like the previous panel was saying, the judge does not want this stuff to come in. I don't think the prosecutor Trina K wants this stuff to come in because they don't want to do this case all over again. And who knows what the Court of Appeals of Arizona might do, or the Arizona Supreme Court might do if evidence was let in and the Supreme Court sides with, hey, you know what, Judge Boreski or Trina K shouldn't have gone there of letting this evidence in, and we have to do this trial all over again, and the conviction is overturned if she is convicted based upon some technical evidence of 404 or 405B evidence.
We've already today, we've seen quite a few sidebars. I'd love to know, Rachel or Ben, like, do you think the jury picks up on this? What do they take from this? Is this something that should be of concern for either side? I've never sat on a jury long enough to even get to this point, but clearly it's a distraction in a way because there's white noise in the courtroom. Everybody's just kind of sitting there, and then you have basically both parties and the judge on headphones. I wonder though, like, do you think the jury picks up on any of the sidebars, whether it's at the bench or here in Arizona with headphones? Does it make a difference, and should either side be wary or take that into consideration as they move forward?
From my point of view, as a prosecutor, especially with a pro per person, I'm very worried about sidebars because I don't want anybody to think the person's being treated unfairly. Jurors do pay attention. They got nothing else to look at. So they do pay attention to sidebars. They do pay attention to the timing of sidebars. I've talked to several jurors. They know something's going on. They usually know it's something that somebody doesn't want them to hear. And most of the time, they can put it aside. But if it's too much of a pattern, the worry becomes, are they going to hold it against one side or the other? So if you notice, a lot of these sidebars have been starting to come from the judge himself. And I think he's very aware of how a jury could see too many objections from the state. So yes, jurors pay attention to it. Yes, it can have an impact if it goes too far. But in this particular case, in my view, Lori is just doing such a bad job. They're going to know she's messing it up. Benjamin may have a different point of view, but.
No, Rachel's 100% right. I mean, jurors are paying attention to every single thing that's going on in the courtroom, especially Lori Daybell, because she's the defendant/attorney in the courtroom. So at least one juror has eyes on her at all times. So even though there's white noise there, I mean, you can read lips, and the jurors are focused on Lori's lips or the prosecutor's lips, even when they approach the bench, and the judge's lips. So even though the white noise is there, if Lori's talking loud and they can overhear her, I mean, and they see her facial expressions and she looks, frustrated, the white noise doesn't block out her facial expressions. So the jurors are definitely watching her and how she's acting when she's at the bench.
I think they're watching all of it because the body language is what the jurors see. And I think they're looking at the judge to see how angry he is at Lori, for example. And I think the judge is being very, very careful to not portray some bias in his facial expressions and his body language, even though he's trying to control Lori at the same time. That can influence the jury if they believe that the judge has made some conclusions about this, and they're picking that up on the body language part of it. I suspect that's why he had several of these outside of the presence of the jury to avoid that kind of problem.
It's sort of like when
Have
a
you noticed
coach.
sometimes
Go ahead.
he covers sometimes the judge has been covering his mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with Rich. The judge is very aware of that and covers his mouth at some of these sidebars, which I do you have a lip reader on staff? I think you
It's like when a coach has to call timeout, and sort of get things under control. And, he's not coaching Lori, but obviously, you talked about this with me in the past, Rachel. Having these cases with a pro se defendant is even harder than dealing with, a normal defense attorney, because they have the law experience. They know what they're doing. But this is someone who now has become a liability in the courtroom. And the jury's not just watching body language, but mannerisms and how she can come off as condescending to a witness like Ryan Pillar, the case agent, handled himself great. We want to listen to bite one here when we talk about the shooting at the Tesla in cross-exam.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
but not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
Judge Mel, your reaction to that exchange in cross by Lori Daybell?
Yeah, I think he gave the only answer that he possibly could. There's some areas of expertise that you really don't go into. And I thought his answer was well taken. I wanted to add one other point about these bench conferences, and that in every case, part of the final instructions, well, the judge will tell the jury, you're only to decide this case by the evidence produced in court. Facial expressions, conferences, other things, the judge will tell the jury, don't base any decision on these conferences. You're only decided only on the evidence presented in court. As to this last line of questioning, I think it's part of Lori trying to desperately find something that she could hang out there. But to me, the overwhelming evidence is the Jeep, the calls, the burner phones, the timing of Lori's call from one of the burner phones on the day of the shooting. All of these things are what are really going to decide this case.
She's basically asking, how dare you not keep the Tesla long enough for me to have my defense test this years later after the shooting in October 2019? I mean, it sounds, and how he answered it, Ryan Pillar handled it very gracefully. Let's go to the Dave Cam. We got a question from Baby Bear 33.
That's right, and this question is from for Rich. What are the most promising things you have heard from Brandon?
The most promising things I've heard from Brandon?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
It's a good question.
Yeah, kind of broad. Yeah, I mean, that he's going to be moving on. He's, I think the most promising thing is how he's put together his life in the last 6 years. This is a hugely traumatic experience, and he's got young children who are going to learn about all of this stuff involving their dad and their mom and their entire family. It's going to become part of their family. And I've been encouraged by how he's approaching not just this trial but the future. So I don't know if that answers the question, but
Well, I think it's interesting too. You got to know the Woodcocks, Kay and Larry, through the search for JJ and Tylee. There was so much that was unknown. If you could just talk about your experience where your brain is trying to juggle these different dynamics and situations going on, in Arizona and then on to Idaho, and how that just unfolded in the fall of 2019 for you.
well, for me, but it was interesting to watch Kay and Larry. I don't know if change is the right word, but they evolved in this process. They were not public figures before all this, and had virtually no involvement in the criminal justice system. They had, and yet, as this progressed and as it started, you kind of watched them go through almost these 7 stages of grief, where they were angry and sad, and they went through all of it, and in public, and became the voices for these kids, and even Tammy. They were Kay was the person who put a human face on all of these victims, and so she didn't ask for any of this, clearly, but it was interesting to watch and see how they handled it and how they evolved, and when they weren't on camera, the pain that they were going through was very, very difficult. It caused Larry to have health problems, but it's a huge emotional roller coaster. I mean, the day the kids were found, awful.
I think he or she agrees back there. Rich, and you as a former journalist, we talked about it with Kay. It's not easy to get people to talk on camera about something that is complex, that's in the process of being investigated, but they really came out, and advocated, talked to all the media outlets they had to get awareness to this case. That is, most of the time, the first battle is getting people to share their story on camera for not just television viewers, but the internet, people there to see as well. And Rachel Smith, you had these 2 witnesses, Kay and Brandon, is the first witnesses in trial. Just if you could take us through that strategy from the team in Idaho and how that was important to lay the foundation for the jury. These are the people that were directly impacted.
Both for the prosecutors helping a jury see the whole story, to understand the truth about what happened, you really need, to use Rich's phrase, you really need to have them have a face to it. And in Idaho, Brandon and Kay provided the face for those who were taken. They provided the evidence and the factual background of what these people were like, who was taken, and they provided the story about the relationship that your victims had to the defendant. So it is essential to start your case in a way that tells the jury the story of what was what happened, who was taken, how they were taken, and to begin to help them to understand and want to hold the defendant accountable. No one could listen to Brandon testify because we're focused on what physically happened to him, but you got to remember his kids played with JJ. Mm-hmm. His kids knew Tylee. Tylee at times babysat them. He knew these children. They were part of his family. And so it is a vivid moment watching him have to testify. And he provided the identity of the technical term and the technical identification of both JJ and Tylee to the jury in Idaho. Kay is the face of the investigation. She provided the background and the context. So to use Rich's phrase, it is essential that the jury have a face on who was taken. And Brandon and Kay were brave enough to do that.
Last question from the chat. Dave Cam, we have one for Benjamin.
Missy Zarevna. She wants to know what you think about the relationship between Lori and her advisory council. Do you think they're advising her to open the door?
Well, that's a great question from the audience. And the advisory council there, that's what their job is, to advise. They have no other power in the courtroom. They can't get up and start arguing or testifying or doing cross-examination. So yes, they're advising her right now during the lunch break. Hey, Lori, do not ask this question, because if you ask this question or these couple of questions, you're opening the door. So as an advisory council, and I've been one before in the past, you are definitely telling the pro per client who's representing themselves, do not go here. Whether or not Lori takes that advice, we'll see. It'll be up to her. But the advisory councils are full-fledged licensed Arizona attorneys, and they know what to do, come be it. And one little side bit right here too is, if Lori decides to say, hey, you know what? I want to call a timeout. I want to sit down. Her advisory council's job is to stand up and start doing the case. So they always have to be ready no matter what happens. So Lori could say, I don't want to do this anymore. Advisory council, take over for me. And that could happen in the middle of the trial if Lori decides to do that.
Following up with that, Benjamin, what was the biggest challenge for you as advisory counsel for a pro per defendant, especially when you had other cases you were juggling? I think we're seeing sort of that maybe mental wear and tear on the advisory council here. They're here all day. They're with her, going through the challenges that she's going through with her. But you've also got a job to do outside of the courtroom with other cases.
Yes, Justin, the most frustrating part is having them listen to you. And that's why they're representing themselves, because they haven't listened to any attorneys in the past. And pretty much any type of case, when a person is representing themselves, the judge is going to appoint somebody to be the advisory counsel. So a lot of times you're there not by choice, but because the judge said, we need you there to assist, because the judge doesn't want this case to be overturned because Lori said, hey, I didn't know the law, or I had nobody there to help. But the hardest part, Justin, is always getting the client to listen to you, because they always think sometimes they know more than you, the attorney.
Finally, Judge Mel, we've obviously been following how Boreski has been managing this case, how he's had to kind of sidestep some landmines. Overall, though, if you were to kind of put a review on his ability to not only handle a case where you have a pro se defendant, as I'm sure that there's been plenty of those in his courtroom, but the high profile nature of this case, we are so, as you can see here with the people online, we're so fascinated with the judicial system, number of other high profile cases happening now, but as it pertains to Arizona, how do you think he's done? And are we learning anything from these two trials when you're dealing with a defendant who is notorious, or as notorious as Lori Daybell?
I think Judge Boreski has done a terrific job. When you stop and look at this case, there's a reason why it's captivated the headlines in Arizona, throughout the United States, and even overseas. You have in life a very attractive woman who was the mother, who had some marriages, raised children, a father that had 7 children, seemingly normal, happy people. And you have crimes that arise from them that are so mind-boggling. Who would kill their children? Who would dismember one of the children? Who would kill the mother of your 7 children? Who would kill the father of these others? It is so indescribable. And the attention is so riveting. I mean, the fact that we have these meetings every day, there's vast interest in the community. Judge Boreski realizes that, and I think he's taken firm control. When Lori got out of hand, he threw her out of the courtroom, and I think the advisory council made it clear that you may end up trying this case from the jury room, because you may not get in if you don't shape up. He's doing it and handling it the way that it should. Over my career on the bench, I had some extremely high-profile cases, and you're always conscious to make sure don't commit error, keep control of the case, and I think he's doing that.
All right. Our panel of experts, thank you guys so much. And we'll see what happens today, getting on to witness number 16 out of 22. We'll see if we get all of those witnesses, but we will see you tomorrow, same time at the lunch recess. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
All right. 1:14 right now, about a minute away from court back in session in real time, and you all will be getting that stream on the 30-minute delay around 1:45 or so. We'll see about that. But like we said, another witness about to take the stand, a lot of law enforcement, and we could be very well seeing Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo, which would be, very, very important testimony. And again, that door is there.
Yeah, the door's there. We've mentioned before, but for those just tuning in, Detective Hermosillo was here in the Valley for the last trial, did not take the stand, was not called to testify in the Charles Vallow shooting, obviously because he wasn't involved in that case. But he has paid a lot of attention to this saga. Obviously, he's very connected on the investigative level. I would imagine if he is called to the stand after the lunch break, that we're going to see quite a few sidebars. I could be wrong.
Sidebar ready.
Yeah, I would imagine at least once cross-examination happens. I know Lori's asked for a few sidebars during Trina Kay's questioning of witnesses, but for the most part, the sidebars have come from Trina or, like we said, the judge regarding cross on Lori's behalf. So, there's going to be a lot coming out of what Ray says, obviously going back to the timeline and in late 2019, early 2020, when he was probably getting more involved in all of this. And so it should be pretty good. Like you said, there's only a couple more left, right? So, by the end of today, we're going to have a pretty good idea of where we think the state is and predicting when they might rest. But I think by the end of the week is a good prediction, since we've seen this before. Having them rest their case by the end of the week would not shock me.
Even earlier. I mean,
yeah,
we're close. So, and thank you to the chat for being patient with us as we had a quick reboot. We appreciate that. We'll see you in a little bit. Let's take a break. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here. You are watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial, the final chapter, and for the past half hour you've been listening to our waiting music. We thank you for being patient. 1,300 of you watching. You're looking at the Arizona State Seal. As we get back into the courtroom in just moments, Trina Kay will question her next witness. We have heard from 15 so far. The most recent, Vanessa Mielke from Mesa PD, forensics scientist, talking about the DNA in the Jeep matching to Alex Cox. And we have about 7 witnesses left who have not testified. That's on the state's list. Not sure if more have been added, could be added at some point based on the developments over the last few days. We're on day 4 of the trial. Lori Daybell accused of conspiracy to commit murder regarding her former nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, escaping a shooting by just inches, and the focus has been on his Tesla, shot by one bullet on the framing of the window, and then a Jeep is a suspect vehicle that we know to be driven by Tylee Ryan for so long, but not in this case, not on this day of October 2nd, 2019, since she had been murdered just a month prior. The belief by prosecutors, authorities on this case is that Alex Cox, Lori Daybell's late brother, was the one driving from Idaho to Arizona, firing that shot from the rear window of the Jeep and and structuring that Jeep between him and Lori and Chad Daybell. That's the allegation, that it was set up to easily shoot from the back window on this morning of October 2nd.
Yeah, look, Cliff Notes version, here we are. So much was focused on the Jeep. We started this trial setting up the scene with Brandon. Then we moved on to establishing that this Jeep is owned by Lori for Tylee's purpose, that the Jeep was near the shooting scene just 24 hours, 26 hours before Brandon was shot at. Now we're starting to get into the forensics part of what was in the Jeep, a little bit about the communication between Brandon and detectives. And of course, Lori tried to bring in, well, what did you know about, Brandon and Melanie's marriage? And again, not a lot there. There was a lot of objection to some of
I don't think the jury got a lot from it.
I don't think so either. We keep waiting for them to get into that portion of it. But again, that would open a door. So would not be shocked if we kind of steer clear of that for the remainder of the trial, at least from the state's perspective. But yeah, you can feel it, right? You can feel it nearing the end. Still waiting for this conspiracy part. That's got to come in the form of, like you mentioned earlier, emails, email accounts, the burner phone that we learned about, the track phone yesterday, or at least the jury learned about the track phone.
Who's the state going to call next?
So, here we are, the second half of day two of this, or day two of this week of this trial.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Okay, so next person to testify, Kyle Mueller, a forensic scientist with Phoenix PD. Interesting, we've heard from forensics via Mesa and Phoenix. And I think it should be known that Gilbert's a small town. They may not have the same resources, or I assume don't have the resources as bigger cities, bigger agencies. So evidence that needed to be tested was sent off to other departments like Mesa and Phoenix. This witness here, Kyle Mueller, will be very integral as far as talking about gunshot residue as we focus on this Jeep, once again, allegedly driven by Alex Cox. Lori Daybell turning to see who is coming in to testify.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up.
Jury seated.
Please stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, you're going to go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab.
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
For about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, and then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created, It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that, and I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the City of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. So, and for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year, I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross-section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the SEM, or excuse me, in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those 3 elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day, or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows. Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with and then how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area. The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, and that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials and those stubs are essentially, they come in a GSR kit that's labeled depending on the evidence, and then start my note-taking process regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from, and then I essentially take those stubs out of those vials and place them in an instrument called an SEM EDS. And that essentially stands for Scanning Electron Microscopy with Energy Dispersive X-ray Spectroscopy. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm introducing those stubs into that SEM because it's a very high-powered microscope to view these very small particles. I then analyze the kit with a program that we have for looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements you are looking for. What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has all 3 elements is called characteristic, meaning that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge of a firearm. 2 of those, so a consistent particle is 2 of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, or does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container and then each vial itself is also individually sealed? With the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials, And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes,
Okay. So in this case, when you received those two kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these two items, these two kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits. From 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs it may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. If GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes.
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
That means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub?
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means 2 of the 3 elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Okay. Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window?
Yes.
Did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
Yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged and you think of that plume of smoke, that those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay, so you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the 3rd vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all 3 of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was, again, in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed?
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right, and so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The two-component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay, so would you find an actual GSR where all three elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
Three-component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all three particles did you find together, grouped together?
So two, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just two?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than two from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the two that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed three. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly. For the characteristic particles with all three elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3-particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single, just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there?
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the two combination, and all three together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last name? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where is Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a Detective Nolan McDermott from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay. So those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, and then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. If I may have my paralegal approach. And did you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some. Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying the Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay. But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to, or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes,
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes,
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
no, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes,
And does that include focus? A receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona?
correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes,
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this. From the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I believe
Were they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
And was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well? On November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 135. I could have my paralegal approach.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use, or?
Could he point to the
Behind you.
TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, and the front door is this way. So the garage, where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th, and that's right near the 175 you're describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreaux was also living at the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Miss Vallow's residence at 175.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Now, did you become, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No, no objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 is admitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to Unit 107.
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
See if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is admitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residents when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like it moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Okay. Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside Unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
Your Honor, I've shown the defendant Exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops.
Yeah, it's cut off.
May
just a
pull
little.
out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
Where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location of the storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Was there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that people had, it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did.
Things like passports and bills.
Correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier, I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then furniture in there.
Correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle and a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle?
Correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock?
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreaux?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreaux had been married to Brandon Boudreaux, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the self-storage plus business in Rexburg, Idaho?
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus?
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes,
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes,
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units.
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Shown defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. You recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at this storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit?
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st, and as October 1st is the day that the document shows you rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
If we can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video, in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C-52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No,
So she's by herself on the first.
correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. And if we can stop at around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
We show video 32742. those two people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into the building.
Yes.
On this day, did you see these two individuals putting any items into Unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901. So is that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. And is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605, are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Do you want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Anything we need to discuss before recess?
Nothing from the state.
Defense? What's with the dog in the video? That's what All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So, Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. This is again the driveway. We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, is this where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to the hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see 2 people coming in. Is that going to unit C-52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those 2 people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those 2 people as?
That is Lori Vallow again and her brother, Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
what does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the two parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today, we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224, channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
That's correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. we see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15,
Yes, ma'am.
or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 p.m.?
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 p.m., and we see them leaving about 1:15 p.m. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreaux's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public, I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range?
Correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met Valmo. Thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, You noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Started with a 304 area code.
correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes,
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
yes,
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
that's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. If I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes,
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
that's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes,
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
that's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes,
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes,
Exhibit 180 has previously been admitted. These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes,
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
correct.
See the best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes,
as the phone that was activated?
yes,
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And again, the same store number, 5494,
correct.
same date and time,
Yes,
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with
Yes.
the 769 ending there.
yes,
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes,
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th of 2019?
yes, they did.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
yes,
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We had heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So the closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
Yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon your review of these homerjmaximus@gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
At the end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time?
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th a search, and again, so we show 10:10 p.m., so if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches.
Correct.
In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop, Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint?
Yes.
In Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things search for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th, in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th, actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th, or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th?
Correct.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
Correct.
and an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7?
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, p.m. on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd,
That's correct.
that the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device, is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google?
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2:17 p.m. I'm going to use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 17 a.m. on October 2nd.
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting.
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9:14 a.m. After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9:40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for, probably a typo, Moa, and then later we see Moab, Utah?
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Or minus 6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records, or this exhibit, to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.?
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Show defendant exhibit 175, if I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes,
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
correct.
the Pine Top search,
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes,
Idaho Falls,
yes,
and do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe. So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then the searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes,
the Holbrook,
yes,
Moab,
yes,
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
First. This is Exhibit 172 and 173. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever. The state will move to admit Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just Foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right. They're admitted.
And you told us for the Homer J. Maximus that you had provided that to the cast agent and that you had reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
And are those just some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
That's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS, or United States Postal Service, change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area, again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You had talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
p.m.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK Rear Seat Removal How to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back 8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I'm not seeing any, sir. You can step down. Break for the day. All right. Given that it's a little bit after 4:15, we'll recess for the evening. Let me just check. I think we can start again tomorrow at 10:15, but let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want. Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition. All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'm looking at the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, so defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests, if the defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
And that is the end of day 4 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. And wow, what a testimony. And the decision not to cross-examine Ray Hermosillo. I mean, a lot of thoughts about this. You guys in the chat, please give us your comments, your questions. Ray Hermosillo, about 2 hours or more of testimony, taking us through this whole investigation, the Homer J. Maximus Gmail, the storage unit video we have been waiting for multiple days in the beginning of October 2019, the day of the shooting in Gilbert, October 2nd, 2019. We see a glimpse of Chad Daybell, the so-called Doomsday prophet and Idaho death row inmate, Lori's husband here. I mean, this is really a flashback, and imagine when we see this video, it's always fascinating and different angles of it. And for the jury, the first time they are seeing Lori Daybell with Chad Daybell put this tire away, put this back seat away, and then the next day, Alex Cox is located there, pulling that seat out for the Jeep. Is that enough, though, to prove that there is a conspiracy going on, you know, between the two siblings?
Well, I think, you know, they set up kind of, you know, Hermosillo's role in all of this, and he kind of alluded to when he was brought into it, staking them out, obviously, when they were requested to, you know, can you find Lori? Can you find the Jeep? And then, you know, so much has been made about this Jeep. And I think what's interesting, too, is like you said, for the first time, this jury is seeing some of these visual elements that were so key in the early stages of this investigation, right? This was all in October. You know, what they would learn, obviously, in the next couple of months after this was really at the heart of this entire saga. I don't know, you know, we've been debating here in the last half hour if, because this was so crucial to the case, whether or not the jury would be able to pick up on that and maybe fill in some of the gaps.
Is this enough is the question, right?
And this probably holds more weight on the case of the missing kids and, you know, and what went into that more so than the Boudreaux shooting. But again, they needed to see this. We're going to obviously have one more witness tomorrow. We wonder whether or not any of the religious stuff will be brought in. But I thought the searches at the end of Hermosillo's testimony, you know, the web searches, like that gave away a lot about what Alex's motive was and what he was thinking during that time, and then what Lori searched for after the shooting. You know, I guess, like you said, you need one juror to have any sort of doubt. You need to be able to, you know, to have just one of them, one of the 12, if you will, not be fully convinced. I guess that window is still open.
And we could have closing arguments tomorrow. I mean, we don't expect Lori to have any witnesses to call. She didn't have any witnesses last trial regarding her fourth husband's murder, Charles Vallow. So once Trina gets Nick Balance on the stand, goes through that testimony, the FBI CAS report, all of that cell phone data, do we actually hear text messages read? I don't know. I think that's what people here in the chat are also, you know, looking forward to see if that's something that gets brought out. Any conversations between Alex and Lori that would incriminate them even more for the jury. But we have yet to see that through any testimony.
Right. And you know, I'm trying to think both sides here. I was shocked. A lot of the people in the chat were as well that she didn't cross. Does the jury pick up on that? Like, you just had a detective go, almost line by line of your whereabouts. They didn't even bring up the fact that when they asked Ray, when you impounded the Jeep, did Alex or Lori call you to report it missing? You obviously left messages or made it apparent that you were the ones that took the Jeep. It wasn't stolen from you guys. And they said, no, we never heard back from Lori. We know that's because she wasn't even in the States, right? Like, so she was off getting married.
This was November 4th, I believe, 2019, and she was getting married the next day in Kauai.
Right.
But still, like, if you feel like your car has been stolen, your car's just gone.
You're gonna report it.
You're gonna ask police. So, what did she know? Okay, I mean, so like we're living in two different worlds. We're living in the Idaho world, in the first case in Arizona, where she's been convicted for things and crimes that have a lot to do with a lot of the evidence. So there's so much crossover and overlap.
Yes.
And then we're also in this world, in this bubble, where she's innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
We have yet to see that. But we know she knew what happened to the Jeep. She knows what the Jeep was used for. There's communications that go back years. Will we see those communications? Is this enough for the jury to believe that she put Alex up to this, or was aware that he was opening fire on Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd, 2019. That's what we're waiting to see.
Right, and then again, does the jury pick up on the fact that she didn't cross Hermosillo? Like she had.
That's the big story today. I think.
Does that hold more weight than what he said when the jury, I would assume, would fully expect you or your defense attorney to question Hermosillo and try and poke holes or do whatever, but to say I have no questions after that, all of that was laid out,
after what you did with Ryan Pillar since yesterday with cross-exam. So she does cross-exam law enforcement. We know that. She talks about testing, lack of testing, tries to poke holes.
Trajectory
in
stuff.
The the evidence, in the facts that are provided. The trajectory, the bullet fragments. She went on and on. She didn't have one question for Ray Hermosillo. She could have went up there and asked maybe 5 to 10 questions in follow-up and just... I'm not a lawyer. We're not lawyers, but we've been with this panel every day since the last trial as well. Yeah. Benjamin Taylor has said, you need to put up some sort of fight. You need to ask some sort of question. She didn't ask anything. You also don't want to ask questions that you don't know the answer to.
Right.
Well, we do know the answer.
Could be a trap, right? You got to be careful that you don't trap yourself or open a door you don't want to open. But.
Yeah, we're looking at video of the surveillance that was done back in early November 2019, and going into that townhome in Rexburg, Idaho, the Nissan Rogue that is there. I mean, Lori was being watched early on. This is before really the investigation into the missing kids takes place. They don't tell the jury that the search warrant for the 3 apartment units, for Melanie Boudreaux's, for Alex Cox's unit and Lori's, is really because of the whereabouts of JJ, and then figuring out that Tylee has been missing too, because the day before the search warrants are executed, she hasn't been truthful with Rexburg police. So that's a whole nother rabbit hole in the door they don't open, but the search warrant leads to the discovery of the weapons. Right. And so we've been, learning about the shooting, and now it is very full-fledged for the jury and evident. This is a gun owner with, apparent experience or at least interest. Yeah. He may not hit his target in Brandon, and he didn't hit his target in Tammy Daybell on October 9, 2019. But these are I have no expert on these type of weapons, but this is heavy-duty stuff.
That's a long scope right there. Yeah, that is not a scope you would use anything probably below, 100 yards, if you will. But you're right, a lot of crossover evidence and how untruthful they were to Ray when they inquired about the kids, and again they can't introduce any of that. I think the jury at this point understands there's been enough there to suggest Alex is the shooter in this crime. So yes, the conspiracy part, it just goes back to the human nature of the defendant. You have the defendant defending themselves and acting as their own attorney. That may ultimately be her downfall. If this was the case that is the one that she could have avoided being convicted of, she may have ruined her chance by representing herself.
I I'm still in shock.
Yeah,
At not cross-examining.
Yes. It
Ray
could have been short and
Hermosillo.
sweet, but at least you show them that you're putting up a fight. I just, after that, spending, second half of the afternoon with Hermosillo and all of that visual evidence, not just what he said, but what they showed, I am kind of shocked she didn't at least offer a few questions.
Tiger Lily in the chat says Ray terrifies her like Kay. I mean, you may have a point there. She asked a handful of questions to Kay in cross-exam. Kay gave it right back to her and gave her a little, spice on the end when answering her questions back in the first Arizona trial, but she didn't even go up there and question Ray Hermosillo. Right. And also, maybe advisory council told her, if you go too far down the line with him, this guy, he is the gateway to your Idaho conviction.
Right.
He is the gatekeeper. He has all of the info. And I mean, really such a fine line and like an art form between Trina Kay and Ray Hermosillo, almost going down this script and being able to talk about this case, but you don't hear about J.J. Vallow, you don't hear about Tylee Ryan, you don't hear about Tammy Daybell, none of that. It is strictly on what was found at the apartments. It is strictly what was found inside the Jeep. I mean, even to the receipt, Los Favoritos in Mesa, Arizona, October 1st, 2019, that locates the Jeep at the least. We're not saying unless it had Alex Cox on the receipt, it didn't have that. But this Jeep was there by license plate reader or on the way to the Valley, and then this receipt places the Jeep that was used because of the food. And you were talking the other day about gas stations and charges like that. Now, he didn't keep all his receipts, but this was one receipt here that is a clue to locating the Jeep there on that day.
I mean, look, I joked during this last couple of hours how much video they had at the storage unit, yet we have no video of this Jeep and Alex anywhere near Gilbert several hours before, the night before. You know what I mean? Like the last one they had was a license plate reader I-40. So I was like, they have more cameras at a storage facility in Rexburg than they do in this, in this town of 4.5 million people.
It's incredible video.
And it is. And so
from all angles.
I go back to kind of what we talked about, the timeline and the overlap. I think if you're looking at this video now, this is October 2nd, right? 2019. We know that a week later, Alex attempted to shoot
fire on
Tammy, right? Yeah. So all those weapons they found in the garage, some of those were used in that attack, and then of course, Tammy dies, 2 weeks later. But I mean, this was key in the Idaho.
The jury doesn't know who this guy is, though.
Right?
As they say, Chad Daybell, they don't know.
They don't know
Chad
much
Daybell
about.
is.
Yes, right.
So we talked about this in the last case. Imagine when the jury finds out and does their research after the case. It's going to be like just wild. These two convicted murderers together at the time, not even married yet. At this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive.
Yes.
Tammy Daybell is still alive. Like you said, a week later is the failed shooting of, nothing even discharges of, outside her driveway. Very, very strange case there at Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Investigated briefly, but she would ultimately be murdered on the 19th of October. And because of her quick funeral and everything that was discovered then, Brandon Boudreaux gave that alert to Ryan Pillar and got Gilbert PD and Fremont authorities to work together. But this, you see the back seat being taken in.
But then you have the question of, they've already established that she rented this unit right before this. I wondered, who rents a storage unit just to store a tire in a backseat of a Jeep, only to take it out a day later,
but
2 days later.
And that's the sad part, because they don't know that all of the children's belongings were in there.
Yeah, that's true.
Bicycle, scrapbook albums, toys, clothes. I mean, this was a storage unit for the victims, when you think about it, for the main victims. We just talked about the 5-year anniversary yesterday of JJ and Tylee being found on Chad Daybell's property, but this storage unit is key to all of the investigation, and also a place where they could put the tire and they could put the back seat. And if you're the jury, I hope they're paying attention, right? They have said it and presented this case that he needed room to lay back and fire this shot from the rear window, even though he missed. But having that back seat out of the way and having that rear tire out of the way, I mean, that is the whole alleged strategy in all of this. But we have been asking, will it be enough? What will FBI agent Nick Balance bring tomorrow as far as cell phone data? And we just not even have heard one text message is read out loud, any voice recording, anything like that. We haven't heard about dark spirits, about Brandon being identified as a dark spirit according to the inner circle. And there's got to be some reasoning for that by Trina K.
Well, and we heard her mention this in her opening arguments, right? That you were going to hear, she told the jury, you're going to hear about religious beliefs. So that, I think, is coming tomorrow. Now, again, you counted it. If she only has one witness left, she's not going to call all of the witnesses. We know there was a former forensic scientist, Tammy Lachek, who was not called or will not be called, at least at this point. So there were people that she didn't call to the stand, but I would imagine tomorrow we're going to hear a little bit more about the religious aspect. Maybe that's the bow on the defense's case, right? That they've kind of lined everything up. It's been very methodical in how they've called witnesses. Of course, they had to call a couple out of turn, but tomorrow's got to be the religious part, and that would resonate with jurors. A great point was brought up in the chat. I think this morning it's been talked about, and later this afternoon as people watched. If you're a juror and you know nothing about any of this stuff, this is the first time you're hearing about all of this, you have to be thinking, like, what's going on in Idaho? Like, Rexburg, Idaho, they went to great lengths to investigate a shooting in Gilbert. Like, I understand that police, they work together, they coordinate. An attempted shooting, there was a lot of work done, it feels like. But then, like you said, we know that a lot of that work was related to other cases that they don't know anything about. And I just wonder how many of the jurors are going to be able to pick up on that. And I'm almost looking forward to hearing from some of them after this case is over, similar to what we heard from a couple of the jurors after the last case. So, we'll see.
Day 5. Wow. So
yeah, it was quick.
Closing arguments could happen tomorrow afternoon. The jury will get their instructions. That happens. And what does Lori say in her closing arguments? We don't foresee her testifying. We don't foresee any witnesses. That would be huge if she had any that would arrive tomorrow afternoon after balance. Once again, Trina K has laid out a list of witnesses, but doesn't need to call on all of the witnesses.
Right.
And there had been some controversy around the background of Tammy Lachek, and maybe it's just better off for her to just not. She has already had a lot of law enforcement testify. A lot of forensics have been detailed through Ryan Pillar.
And Tammy was one of the investigators who had tested some of the stuff in the Jeep, right, and some of the stuff in Idaho. So I don't know how much more. Yeah, I don't know how much more the state needs to go into that part of it. I think like I said, I think they want to put a bow on this, and any religious belief, text messages, correspondence would kind of round this case out. And I think as far as the state's concerned, they probably feel pretty strong that that's enough to the jury. But again, if Lori's not going to put up a defense, that's almost just as helpful for the state going into closing arguments.
Question from Brittany, will we be down there for the verdict? We're going to follow the strategy we've been doing. We're going to be watching on Verdict Watch. We'll have our clock going just like we did in the first Arizona trial. Once that verdict is in, we'll bring that to you guys, and I'm sure there'll be a 5-minute delay, just like last time, not a 30-minute delay. That will be, read out loud in court. And so that's what we'll do. We've really only been here in the streaming room for 4 to 5 full days. We've had some previews, but as for jury selection, we've been in the courtroom. But yeah, this was another quick trial. It looks like the pacing is headed for closing arguments tomorrow afternoon and then jury deliberation. So really about 2 weeks when you include the delays due to Lori's sickness and, the jury selection and all that. Very, very quick. All right, so we've got some things to get in order for On the Record tonight. Hope you catch that episode as well as our newscast that's coming up right now. We'll be in that segment in just a little bit. So we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.